grab my water to do my thing. I've just got to put the stuff in my water.
Yeah. welcome to day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League here at Aldershot Tennis Centre. First match of the day on court 1, 4 of them scheduled on this court, and the first 3 matches of the day feature rising British talent. That includes the man on your near side, Max Basing, taking on week 1 winner Josh Paris. And it's myself, Miguel Johnson, to take you through this match. It's great to see Basing back, the 18-year-old, who we haven't seen actually since the first day of week 1 of the competition. He was putting in a great show up against Luix Johnson on that occasion, and then he turned his ankle during the match and had to limp off court and retire. He's got great ground strokes, a really interesting game to watch. He's from Weybridge in Surrey, so this is much closer to home for him. The first 4 weeks of the competition were staged up in Loughborough, and Josh Paris quite enjoyed it. Here he is on your screen, week 1 winner. He beat Dan Cox in the semis and Billy Harris in the final to really announce himself. And he's got a game that can impose. Experienced players really in the draw, Josh Paris, and while he's not the highest ranked player in the draw, that is Julian Cash, he is actually the highest of the UK Pro League rankings. So that's a different setup because players are collecting points for every place in which they finish at the end of each of these weeks of competition, and that week 1 triumph went a long way to placing Paris high in those rankings. Remains the same. All the players still competing for those league ranking points and to try and top the field at the end of the week, but there has been a slight format tweak even since the opening 4 weeks of competition. So initially we had a 12-player men's field and a 12-player women's field split into 2 groups of 6. We've still got the 12-player fields, but now they're split into 4 groups of 3. So while Paris played yesterday and picked up a straight sets win over Lachlan Devon, this is Max Basing's first day of competition. So we'll just have to see if he can start as quickly as his opponent, who's already played matches in these conditions.
Ladies and gentlemen, UK Pro League round robin match.
A little bit more used to how the ball is traveling.
3 sets, first 2 sets tie break. 1 set all, 10-point match tie-break will be played. Sitting on the left of the chair, Great Britain, Josh Paris. Right of the chair, Great Britain, Max Basing. Basing won a spin, chose to serve.
So these two in Pool B, alongside
1 minute.
Devon, and because Paris got that win yesterday in straight sets, 6-3, 6-2, first on court 2, it means that he picks up 3 points. That remains the same as always. It's 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 points for a win via 2 sets to 1, and even if you lose in 3 sets, you can still grab a point. With the smaller groups, it's a shorter group stage, so tomorrow's actually the final day of the group stage, and every set is of utmost importance. So even if Basing does have a slow start up here, then there's still time to make up that lost ground. He's one of 3 teenagers in the draw here, Basing, and is trained at the Rafa Nadal Academy, so he's met Nadal himself a few times, which is inspirational stuff. He lists Nadal as one of his favourite players alongside Andy Murray. So here it is, the first match of the day. Max Basing up against 25-year-old Josh Paris, who already has a weak win to his name.
You take B. Right there, yeah.
Keeping the towels separate. Also no lines judges on court. Still playing it safe due to the pandemic. The players will call their own lines with the chair umpire able to overrule if they see fit.
Max Basing to
Here's
serve.
Max Basing
Ready?
to get the first match of the day
Play.
underway on his own racket.
Love 15. Love 30.
We mentioned the possibility of a slow start for Basing, and you can just see on those first couple of points, just trying to get used to the travel of the ball and get that timing that is so effective when he's in the swing of things. Try and get this opening hold on the board though, because Paris can be really tough once he gets into his stride on serve. A lot of charging up the court, coming to the net, trying to finish things quickly. Will be early break point chances though. That just drifts.
30-40.
Well, he had Basing where he wanted him, Paris, but early morning for him as well. And it's natural that in the early stages of this match there are going to be more openings. And there you go.
Again, Paris.
Apologizes, but he takes advantage. Nails the pass, and it is Josh Paris with the opening break, exactly what he was looking for here in his second match. Great touch on the return.
Max, you're calling your own nets as well. You're calling your own nets.
And that's what you've got to be careful of with Paris. He does have the ability to mix things up off the ground. And it's really important for Basing to be locked in for this early return game, because as much as there'll be openings for Paris on the return early on, there should be for Basing as well, more so at the beginning of this contest.
Joshua Paris. It was long. 59.
Emphatic early. You might not have caught the little discussion with the chair prior. I think that Basing thought the serve was long but didn't call it quickly enough. And it's tough for the players because as well as concentrating on their tennis, they have to think about these line calls, and if they don't call it quickly, it doesn't count. Oh, check out the angle. Absolutely nailed the mark there, Josh Paris. No sign of any of this to come, and then boom. He's feeling it. Oh, that's well placed from Basing. He knows those passing shots are going to be tested out. Paris loving a net approach. And this is their first meeting, but Basing will be aware of the Paris game style and what he's up against. Might have taken a look at that match yesterday against Little Bevan. Make something happen in this game. Craft getting him across the line though. Josh Paris does consolidate the break, and really it's the best start he could hope for. It could have gone quite the other way. He arrived on site I think about half an hour before this match, Paris, and then had to run off to get a few things before the match actually started, so Basing was on court first. And when that kind of thing is the case, sometimes you can feel a bit rushed, unsettled, but it seems to be quite the opposite. Paris really finding his groove. Basing's up against it.
Second set.
Just punishing Paris, stepping right up to that baseline to crack down from the height of the ball. It's all happening a little too quickly for Basing. He'll be pleased that he managed to slow the previous game down. To try and use that kind of thing, because Paris has been nailing his marks for the most part in the opening couple of games. And he knows the risky game style that he plays, Paris. He says he knows it's down to his execution, so it's not always going to work out for him, but he knows that he has to play a risky game, and his opponents don't like it when he does so.
40-50.
see Paris approaching behind the return, the serve even, but it can be really effective behind the return as well, even if he doesn't have to play the point out up front. It just rushes the opponent, and there's a real feeling of Beijing being rushed in all departments at the moment. And he'll heave a sigh of relief to get that game on the board. Well done by Max Beijing. So almost had a little bit too much time on that return. He got right around it. So both players on the board at the first sit down, but it is Paris with the break under his belt. Both players are closer to home this week. Paris is from Highgate, North London. Trains at Isham Abbey, actually, so not so far away. And he's made the most, Paris, of the British events that have taken place over the last year or so during the pandemic, because he struggled with injury a fair bit during 2019.
Time.
And we saw Beijing a fair bit at the British events last summer as well. Played the British tour over at the National Tennis Centre. So an emphatic start for Paris, looking to keep it rolling here. For each player now. Oh, but that's sweetly done. It's a fine line for Beijing to tread, because he wants to try and unsettle Paris the way Paris unsettled him in the opening couple of games. But that has to be a little bit deeper. Paris had a lot of time on the ball. Just got out in front there, Paris, but the serve judged wide. Good response, though.
14-30.
Ups the ante with his back against the wall at 15-30. Just starting to leak some errors off the ground. And so his response was to shorten the rallies, so he doesn't have to play those shots. It's good hitting though from Basing. He's able to keep himself tighter to the baseline there. He's got a great stroke off both wings, forehand and backhand alike, really fluid. Can he land them consistently enough to give Paris trouble? Running to cover the backhand cross-court Basing. Not sure if that was a distraction for Paris, but certainly not quite on the high of the opening couple of games anymore, and so there is a chance for the teenager to get the break back. He thought he'd landed that. The margins are so fine on these first serves. Basing handles the body serve nicely, gets back on serve in the early stages of this clash, and that's well done. He did just need a few minutes to get used to the conditions and find his groove. Quicker conditions, according to the players, compared to the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre at Loughborough University, where the first 4 weeks of the event were played. 2 players on court who could both utilise that. Way that Paris has been attacking the second serves, you can understand the bit of tightness there, the need to try and put a little bit more on that shot. And that's a big thing that you'll see with Paris. We've mentioned it briefly already. His positioning alone can do a lot of damage. Followed that backhand slice in, didn't have to play another ball. And that was because he closed the net so effectively that Basing was immediately plunged under pressure. Didn't have the space to hit into. Really well avoided trouble there from Basing. Paris had anticipated the tee serve, ran round, got the forehand, drove, but when Basing had extended that rally beyond 5 or 6 shots, took the return out of the equation, it neutralized the point. And the longer these exchanges are going on, the more it favors the 18-year-old. So, a definite strategy for him out here. leaves it though, tries to finish Paris off quickly. And that ground stroke just dipped over the net, making the volley really tough. Familiar sight in this match already, 8-point chances. And that is lifted. So after working hard to get the break back, Basin can't avoid the quick reset from Josh Paris, who has got his foot back out in front. And at this sit down, he once again leads by a break. So a lot for his young opponent to digest. A little bit of a rankings difference between these two, and a difference in terms of experience. So Josh Paris' career high ranking is number 769. He hasn't recorded to have competed since February of this year, so it's been a while without match play. Scene anyway. Obviously there have been British tours going on and other events to be involved in. But Paris presents a different challenge and a lot of questions that need answering. Didn't do enough really when he'd got himself inside the baseline. That's what Basing will be thinking. He kept Paris deep in the court. Forehand was lifted as a result, but Basing drove the ball back to him. Paris didn't miss a beat. In that particular game, you saw the weapon of the Paris serve. Obviously, he likes to move in a lot, and when you're thinking forwards, when you've got that kind of movement, ultimately helps the serve to travel more. A lot of power, a lot of potency in it. And it's proving a task for Max Basing, who is shorter on match practice than Paris, who between competing at the UK Pro League has been able to get back out on the ITF circuit.
15 love.
A point of targeting that one-handed backhand on the serve, Basing. Looking to draw the errors.
14.
That's well done. His most comprehensive service hold, Basing, keeps him in touch and keeps him very much alive in this set. He's broken once before, so even though the following game didn't go according to plan, he knows that he's capable of it. Even if he hasn't quite hit his best level yet, you've got to work with what you've got. More matches still to come here on Court 1 on day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League. A number of teenagers still to follow Max Basing. 18-year-old Grace Piper will be taking the stage next up against Freya Christie, who is the highest ranked woman in the draw, but looking to bounce back from defeat to Nadia Rawson in a match tiebreak yesterday. And then 17-year-old Luix Maxted, fresh off making a run at Junior Wimbledon, will be facing off with Alexis Canter before Eliz Maloney, week 3 winner, takes on Emma Wilson to round out the day. For now, can Basing capitalize on that impressive service hold to love? First serve percentage not as high as he'd like it. His opponent will look to capitalize. That's a big point for Paris to win. First point of the game behind a second serve and a rally that went beyond 5 or 6 shots. Now that's usually been in the favour of his opponent. It's a nice move in behind. He knows exactly when to make the charge, Paris, and that wide serve had got Basing on the stretch. Nothing he can do about that. Statements have been made by the 25-year-old Josh Paris, staying out in front, and slamming his foot down in that game. Great placement on the first serves. Basing shuts out, so all the pressure is now on the teenager as he looks to serve to stay in the set. Put his opponent through the mental battle of having to serve this out on his own terms. Keeping the length on his shots that he had in the previous point, Basing, is so important because Paris is going to look to try and get on top of the ball and on top of the rally whenever he can. Anything that's slightly shorter will be penalised. That's a big serve, not just because he nailed it, but because of the scoreboard. He would have lost that point, he would have been down set point, Basing. Cool as you like it. Just spins away from the racket of Paris. That's nicely done. He came through really strong under pressure there, Max Basing. And so that makes it interesting as they head to this sit down. Paris has a little bit of time to think about what's ahead of him, trying to serve this out, knowing that while his latest service game was emphatic, he hasn't had it all his own way on serve. He has been broken the one time. For this one. So it's a pretty big game for Josh Paris. If he can get this game on the board, he takes the first set, he takes a point with it. And that would mean that his 4 points overall are enough to book his spot in the quarterfinals. Business. Can he keep this up?
30 all.
Depth on the returns from Basing. And that question of can he keep it up was a genuine one, because you mentioned the high-risk tennis that Paris likes to play. The margins can be pretty slim. Basing's right back in this. Serve to look at 30 all. And that is why you've got to run for every single ball. That first ground stroke behind the serve was dominant from Paris. You won't often see him miss an overheads, but maybe the scoreboard pressure just told a little bit there. So it is break-back point for Max Basing, 3 points in a row. .30 love down in this game. He has a chance to get right back level. Deemed a let. That one definitely was. Bit of tension. Basing gives it a long look. It's always tough to call that one down the tee. Stretched away from him, but deemed to have caught the paint, and that's brave. Relative safety of juice we go. Basing is showing just how dangerous he is on that backhand side when he's got the timing on it. Paris has been driving into it a number of times in this game. He's anticipated, he's got the placement, found the sweet spot. Just put the balls back in the court. Paris is struggling to push through, so it's another chance to level right back up at 5 all. It done, well fought. Max Basing back on serve. Paris did commit to the game plan, but the accuracy at the back end just wasn't quite there. Basing scrambling for everything. He snatched his opportunity when it arose. So there is life left in this set. He needs to tread carefully here, Basing. He's broken once prior in this match, and on that occasion he was broken again in the very next game. So he doesn't want to give anything to his opponent to build on.
30.
There's just so much pressure on that second serve. Paris hasn't really been given the opportunity to let his head drop, but just keeping up the positivity. A virtual replica of another point we've seen previously in this match. Paris needed to go for so much on that occasion. Basing's clearly feeling the tension when he has to put a second serve in play. He's also feeling it when he has to make a play off that backhand slice from Paris, having to get low over it but get the lift on the ball as well. It has caused him some issues out here, the change in the travel and the spin on the ball. And here's a break point for Josh Paris. The forehand's just lost its range a little. The tightness on the scoreboard showing in the tennis.
Advantage, basic. Again.
That's big. Basic. That is very big indeed for Basing. He gets across the line, saves a break point, prevents history repeating itself. And for the first time in this match, it is the 18-year-old who's out in front, one game away from taking the opening set over Josh Paris, who is ranked at number 3 in the UK Pro League rankings, just 1 point behind Dan Cox at number 2, and the absent Anton Matusevic leading the way strongly in the top spot. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Paris here. Remember, he had 30 love on his serve when he was serving for the set, and still there was some tightness in making him play the extra balls. So how will he respond to now being down on the scoreboard and having to serve to stay in it? Probably a tougher mental task. On we go then. He served for the set, And Josh Paris is now serving to stay in it. What a disappointing end to a great rally. Credit to Basing, the sustained depth on his shots was some of the best that we've seen in the match. Routinely getting so close to that baseline, landing on it at times. Paris kept asking the questions. He had the answer every time. That first point can be significant. And that's why the first serves are so necessary right now. Just to give Paris some room to breathe. Overall, his first serve percentage at 59% landed. He wants that higher. Keeping cool, Basing. You can sense how this match has turned around. He knows the importance of prolonging these exchanges and forcing the tightness into his opponent's shoulders as a result. It. But Paris committed to the shots, wasn't so concerned with where Basing was on the court. Just delivered his game. So the deficit is erased, but the danger is not yet averted. Basing actually cost himself some time there, moving around, trying to get the return on the backhand. Has to move on quickly. Smart on the return. He's a very good half volleyer, Paris, but he just moved through that one a little. Difficult to control. And it's Max Basing, who was down on the scoreboard, has been down by a break a couple of times, who now has set point on the return. Long. Looked like he'd figured the slice out just in time, Basing, but Paris turned the tables, kept him playing, forced him to go for more on the finish, and it was too much. So still a chance to force a tiebreak.
Advantage, Paris.
Oh, they call that defense to attack, and it's absolutely stunning from Max Basing. Slick finish after countering time and time again. The angle did the magic. That is soft touch for the finish. Talent. Taste of his own medicine. We haven't seen that shot really from Paris today, and you've got to credit him for producing it there, because you need to be loose, you need to be free to produce that kind of touch. Great angle. And that one is pulled. So to a tie-break we go. Set point saved. It was Paris that kept taking the steps out in front throughout this set, but it's been a real tug of war at the back end. And it makes the tie-break tough to predict. Who has the head for it? Basing to kick off on serve. To match the potency of the point. Paris looked for an opening on the return in the very first game of this match, and he replicates that in the tie-break, bagging the mini break with aggressive play. Can he consolidate? So good.
2-0, Paris.
So key to be ready behind those drop shots, because as good as it was, Paris knew there was a high chance of that ball coming back. Basing's covering the court so well, and he was more than ready for the high volley put away. And it's been a mix from Paris. There have been moments where he's looked untouchable, but then there's been a slight drop-off. Just a little bit less energy and commitment all the way through the point, and those moments have tended to cost him in the shorter format of the tiebreak. They could be doubly costly, so he needs to keep a lid on those moments. Oh, how about it? The whip up the back of the ball, sending it deep with some kick on it. For that slice to be effective, maybe needs to be a bit deeper. Oh, he lands it. Not sure how clean the hit was, but it did the job. Distracting height. Let's have a look at this again. So he's keeping blazing low on that approach. Well, that's a well-placed lob. Some time for it as well, leaving them level at the change of ends. So the next point is going to be huge. Business end then, that's on the Paris racket. Can they keep that form flowing? Judged long.
4-3.
It's the tightrope he has to walk, Paris, to produce the game style that intimidates, that imposes itself. But there will be misses. Amazing, just daring him to go for a fraction more. The mini break is his, but can he hang on to it?
Basic.
that's so well done.
6-3.
Daring second serve landed on the rim of the service box. An all or nothing point from Max Basing. And once again, so important to be steady and ready behind that drop shot. Got to credit his composure here. He's already had a set point. It came, it went. He's now got 3 in succession. First 2 on Paris serve. Just one will do. Great fight from 18-year-old Max Basing, who twice trailed by a break in this opening set. Josh Paris served for it. He was 30-love up in that particular game. But his opponent hung tough. Made him play balls, made him feel any tightness that was lurking, and ultimately stepped up to seize the advantage. Tiebreak goes his way. Guaranteed point with it in his first match of week 5. Paris having played yesterday and won in straight sets, but in just over an hour, Basing takes the advantage here. Paris going off for a quick break. You can see that first serve percentage just never quite got up for Paris. He wasn't able to utilize it, and there were some second serves in key moments. But generally the numbers pretty similar. Basing just winning 2 more points. They were both 2 of 4 on break point conversion. But the second serve points won, almost 20% more for Basing. Despite the double faults betraying that he was feeling the pressure there, that one particularly brave second serve in the tiebreak, setting him up for the 6-3 advantage. That said a lot about Basing's ability to win the big points. Should take a lot of confidence from that. Will be going the college tennis route. Max Basing committed to play at Stanford University in November last year. That's a very popular route at the moment, particularly on the men's side. Gives the players a little bit more time to develop physically and mentally, and get studies under their belt as well. Play in that team environment that's so encouraging. Of Canter and Johnny O'Mara, and the players on the British scene that chose to take that path. O'Mara actually went here in the UK, went to Stirling University. He went over in the States. And a lot of young British talent is heading over in that direction, or there already. Paris has just taken a moment. The week 1 winner in a spot of bother. That was a tight set all the way through. And so we have to sympathise with him, feeling the occasion a little bit. Never fun going up against a talented young opponent for the first time. Sometimes not quite knowing what to expect. But he knows he has his work cut out for him now. Paris to start this set on serve. He knows that if he can level up, this would go down the wire to a 10-point match tiebreak in place of the third set. Can change the mentality. Oh, what a way to kick things off. He just put the shot in Aldershot. Take a look at this. On the skid, great control. Statement made. Well, the tweener didn't pull off, but it tells you something about how comfortable and how up for this Max Basing is feeling at the moment. On the stretch there, he anticipates. Ran a little bit too far, so that was kind of his only option. Well finished by Paris. Exhibition stuff at the beginning of this second set. A few of the nerves shrugged off for now.
T50. We're going to take a physio. I'll call in the physio.
Sorry for going quiet there, just was trying to keep track of what was going on, so Paris calling for the physio.
Net for service.
And to do it there suggests that something just happened. Certainly didn't launch into his couple of serves there as he can do. And the slapped forehand suggests that he's trying to keep the point short. Definitely seems to have tweaked or pulled something. Josh apologizes to his opponent. Can't carry on in that game. Oh, this is tough to see. It was a great start to this second set, but something's not quite right. I think he said he pulled something on the smash. So we will await the physio to come to court to try and sort this out, but it certainly has to be something fairly serious for Paris to sit down mid-game. Very apologetic to his young opponent, who will surely understand the situation. We'll really hope that Josh Paris can continue this match. The trainer's going to have a chat with him. pretty physical in recent minutes. Here we go. Sounds like he did something on that overhead smash after the tweener that Basing hit. It was a great finish from Paris, but it sounds like as he landed, something just pulled, maybe lower back. I'm no expert, but he knows something's up. Gangji, the referee, stood alongside, just watching on here, hoping for the best. Apologizes again, poor guy, but it will be an off-court medical timeout by the looks of things. So, Max Basing left with juice in the opening game, sat down with a lot to think about. But he will be relieved that he managed to bag that opening set, because it could quite easily have gone the other way. Really great mental display from the teenager to be able to work his way through. Paris was putting him in some testing situations. He had to have great presence of mind to capitalize when the second serves came. Not too bad for his first match here in Aldershot, and he'll be thankful that this time, confirmation it is a medical timeout, this time Basing on the other side of the net, because this was, of course, he himself on day one of week one over at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre, Loughborough University, when he went down and rolled his ankle against Luix Johnson. But that was more clear-cut. He was limping to the sideline, wasn't even able to consider finishing the match. Freya, Christie and Grace Piper might be casting an interested eye over this, as they're scheduled on next on court one. Hopefully they don't have to start the warm-up too soon. And following them it will be Alexis Canter up against the highly talented 17-year-old Luix Maxted. And then to round out the day, Eliz Maloney, week 3 winner, looking to bounce back from an 11-9 defeat in the match tiebreak against 16-year-old Jasmine Conway yesterday. Today, Maloney taking on Emma Wilson, who made her UK Pro League debut during week 4 and played some really impressive tennis. And play does continue over on court 2, where there were another 4 matches scheduled. Julian Cash kicking off the day once again. He was winner in a match tiebreak yesterday over Oscar Whiteman. Julian Cash. It was a little close for comfort, but he won in 2 hours, 18 minutes on that occasion. And he did take the opening set over Tom Hans over on court 2 by 6 games to 4, but he's currently down 3-1 in the second. So there's a little bit of a battle going on there.
Max, 1 minute.
Still to go on this medical timeout. Paris has been playing a fair amount of tennis recently. He's been back to globe trotting out on the ITF circuit. Been out in Greece and Jerusalem most recently. Good move from Basing just to get up and move to the baseline. Obviously the future very uncertain at the moment, but he doesn't want to let the blood run cold. Just keep warmed up. And here's Josh Paris. What's the situation? He's clearly struggling to move. But a deuce on his service game. He's surely at least going to try and finish off this game. Test where he's at. Here we go then, deuce in the opening game of the second set. There we go. It has to be like that, it would seem, at the moment for Paris. He can't afford to get involved in these grueling exchanges that Basing has subjected him to at times, but his opponent has to be cruel out here. He knows what he needs to do to win the match now.
Advance, basic.
Nicely handled.
Juice.
Really relying on that big first serve now, Paris, to set him up for an easier finish. Doesn't want to have to move around too much. On all those strikes, he was pretty flat-footed, not really springing on his feet. Launches into the corner, Basing. Has to outstretch Paris. I think that might be it, maybe. Yeah, there it is. And just can't move as well as he'd like to, Paris. Basing sympathetic. It's sad to see, because it had been a really well-contested match. And by default, it is Max Basing that's the winner of this clash, but you have to credit him, because before Paris picks up the injury in this first game of the second set, It was all about the 18-year-old's mentality and his focus and his tactical adjustments, being able to peak for those second serve returns and able to pull through. So credit to him. Because of the retirement, he will pick up the full 3 points on offer for this one. Paris is scheduled to have a rest day tomorrow. So we'll have to see if this injury is something that a couple of days off can solve. Still has the 3 points from his win in straight sets yesterday. But Llewellyn Bevan, the other player in this Pool B, might look at this result with interest. Max Basing taking the 3 points, one of a number of talents, young and up and coming, scheduled on court 1 today. Another will make her appearance shortly. Grace Piper, the 18-year-old, up against Freya Christie, who's the highest ranked player in the women's draw. It will be myself once again present to take you through that one. Very sad to see this one come to a premature end. There might be a slight delay as a result, with Christie and Piper needing to get ready to come on for their match. But while it was cut short, there were some stunning and entertaining moments in this first match of the day. We wish Josh Paris all the best and hope to see him again later in the week, but understandable if that's not to be the case. Hope he recovers quickly and fully. So that's match 1 down. Basing takes the win. And the next one on court 1 will be Freya Christie up against Grace Piper. welcome back to Aldershot Tennis Centre for the continuation of Day 2, Week 5 of the UK Pro League. And a premature end to the first match on Court 1 today. Josh Paris, unfortunately, forced to retire in the early stages of the second set against 18-year-old Max Basing. But Grace Piper will look to continue the success for the teenagers as she takes on the woman on your screen, Freya Christie, the highest ranked player in the 12-player women's draw this week. It's Abigail Johnson here in the commentary box to take you through this one. And Christie looking to bounce back from her result yesterday. She had her chances up against Nadia Rawson again on Court 1. Took the second set, but ultimately it was Rawson, the semi-finalist in week 4 of the league, who came out on top 6-4, 4-6, 10-8. So Christie picked up a point there, despite falling to a defeat. She's looking to add to her tally against Grace Piper, the third player in the group, Pool A, who's making her debut today. Not just this week in Aldershot, but in the UK Pro League as a whole. This is her first appearance. Christie, meanwhile, played in all 4 opening weeks of the league over at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre, Loughborough University. Best finish to date has been a 3rd place finish for Christie. That was in week 1. And here's Grace Piper making her league debut. And she has played in some of the British domestic events, though, over the past year or so. She was the winner of week 3 of the LTA British Tour, returned to elite competition at the National Tennis Centre last summer. Finished multiple finals.
UK Pro League,
Somerset.
round robin match. We played 2 tie-break sets. One set all, match tiebreak was played. Left of the chair, Great Britain, Grace Piper. Right of the chair, Great Britain, Freya Christie. Piper won the spin, chose to serve.
So, if you heard the call from the chair there, Piper won the toss and opted to start this on her own racket, so she'll be serving to get going. Her first day here at Aldershot Tennis Centre, so as was the case with Max Basing earlier, might take a few games just to get used to the rhythm and the conditions and the way that the ball travels.
1 minute.
Really lovely personality off the court, Piper, but her game is fierce and she's been making waves with it over the last couple of years. She won the under-18s event at the Junior National Tennis Championships in summer of 2019. She was the number 2 seed. She beat the top seed, Emilia Rajecki, in the final. Nottingham Tennis Centre was long home for Freya Christie. That's where she got started when she was just a young child. Grew up training there with Mark Taylor as her coach. She's now based on the JTC program. He spends more time at the National Tennis Centre. A number of notable names are training at JTC. The likes of Heather Watson, Jodie Burridge, Katie Bolter, who's very good friends with Freya Christie. Highest ranked player in the draw, Freya Christie, at world number 703, but she has been ranked much higher than that. 23 years old, but she's been on the circuit for some time. Career high ranking of number 286, achieved in October 2016. So she brings the experience into this match, but can Grace Piper bring the form? Rankings gulf between the two, so those that are unaware of her might not be expecting much from Piper in this match, but she can go out there and she can swing, and she's got the game to impose herself.
Grace Piper to serve. ready, play.
Here we go then, week 5, day 2, match 2.
15 love. Thirteen.
Really fluid ball striker, Grace Piper, but Freya Christie is going to make her grind. She's used to a big battle, Christie. She played multiple 2-hour-plus contests during week 4 of the competition in Loughborough. Oh, great point, great construction from Christie. And she's worked more slices and different looks on the ball into her game, and that was so precise on the forehand up the line, enabling her to get the dig cross court, keeping Piper low on the volley. That's well handled by Piper in the first game of the match. Christie just making her play the extra balls there in the penultimate rally. She was able to respond. Heading the college tennis route, Grace Piper has a lot of young rising talents attending to at the moment. Has signed to USC Women's Tennis over in the United States, confirmed that in the fall of last year, and we'll be heading out there in a few months' time. So Piper on the board. Freya Christie looking to join her. Second match of the day on court 1 here at the UK Pro League.
Freya Christie to serve.
real shape on that forehand, Christie. Adding extra topspin there, and as much as possible, should try not to give Piper a clean strike. She's got a really resilient opponent out here. Good move from Piper. Taking that ball on the rise to enable herself to move in. And Christie likes a grind and a long baseline exchange, so she's going to have to try and shorten these points. And Christie gets on the board as you hear the yells from over on court 2, where the first match of the day is still underway. Julian Cash, the highest ranked player in the men's draw, and took the first set 6-4, but the displeasure is surely from Tom Hans, who was 3-1 and on the verge of going 4-1 up with a double break in the second set, but it's now Julian Cash that leads 5-4. So it's all happening over on court 2. Streams for both courts available via ukproleague.com. Oh, that's nicely handled. Great direction of shot, but great placement on the forehand as well. Just keeping it shorter in the court, had the spin on it to whip it out of Christie's reach. And you can see what lovely timing Piper has on her shots. She can rally for days if she needs to, but we'll hope she doesn't have to in this match. So staying on serve as the players head to the first sit down. She has had some experience, Grace Piper, at ITF level, although it's not a patch on what Christie's experienced over the past few years, but she's played at multiple 25K events in the UK in 2019, when that kind of tournament was still a thing, pre-pandemic. Reached the second round of the main draw in Roehampton in 2019 and played qualifying in Woking. And Christie has had experience that has extended even right the way to the WTA Tour, and her career highlight, she says, is making her Wimbledon main draw debut in doubles in 2019 when she played alongside Katie Swan.
Love 50.
An interesting rally there because Christie was giving Piper all kinds of different looks on the ball, just asking the questions of her consistency and can she handle the different spins and the different variations in height, and the answer was an emphatic yes from the teenager. Christie's positioning is quite deep behind the baseline, which can make it difficult to impose herself if she stays there, but it also gives her a little bit more time when she's rallying defensively or keeping an exchange going as she was there. Well, the depth of shot doing damage there from Piper, a complete miscue from her opponent. No break points to speak of yet, but there's a half chance here at 30 all. That's a full chance now.
13-40.
And Piper spreads the court. Christie stretched on that backhand, and the backhand tends to be the flatter shot. It can be difficult to get that inch or two required to cross the net. So real chance now, break point for Grace Piper. And Christie overhits, so it is first blood to the teenager. Grace Piper looking to consolidate the break of serve at 3-1. It's mentally testing for Christie because she's been engaged in so many battles here at the UK Pro League, and she was pretty inspiring with her attitude during week 4 because there was a number of days in a row where she had lengthy 2-hour-plus battles and didn't come out on top, and then finally she committed, she kept pushing and was able to cross the line in one, and you just felt so glad for her because of the commitment and the tenacity. Great control, brilliant put away. But when you're consistently drawn into this type of battle, it can be tough to handle. There's this voice in your head that goes, oh, not again. Things aren't as free-flowing as you'd like. And Christie's already up against it here. Piper's striking the ball well.
30-50.
Has to work hard for her points these days with the style of play that she's opted for. Christie keeping that deep position, changing up the spins, and so doesn't want to give away too many cheap points.
We're
sailing close to the wind, the ball traveling close to the net, but Piper able to keep low and handle it. That positioning around the ball is of the utmost importance. It's good to hear the positive responses from Christie. It's early days, she's staying upbeat. Every point is an opportunity to capitalize on. Just feeling the pressure on that second serve, Piper. There's a lot of pressure in this particular group, Pool A. Obviously only the 3 players in each group now. There's been a format change since the opening 4 weeks of competition. So instead of 2 groups of 6 players, it's 4 groups of 3, meaning the group stage is shorter. Time to pick up points is slimmer. Christie and Rawson both picking up points in their meeting yesterday. This is set to be hotly contested.
Advantage, Piper.
I'm sure Rawson might be casting an eye over this match now, just getting an idea of what to expect when she takes on Piper tomorrow. It looks like that's going to be a tough match. Piper currently handling everything, every different look that Freya Christie is throwing at her. Has an answer to everything. And it's just the one break. The scoreboard says 4-1. It feels like Grace Piper is pretty firmly in control at the moment. After this sit down, the next game will be very important for Christie just to peg her back and keep her out here long enough that maybe she falls off her stride a little. One of a number of teenagers in the women's draw this week, Grace Piper. It is quite the week for young talents, and you should be keeping a close eye on them because players that competed in the UK Pro League already this season and those that competed at last summer's UK Pro Series have been making strides on the international scene. A certain Emma Raducanu won the Classic Week at the UK Pro Series last summer. also 18 years old, made that brilliant run to the 4th round of Wimbledon just a few days ago. That's inspiring stuff for the players that have been in the same circles as her over the last year or so. Gives them an idea of what they too are capable of. So here's Freya Christie looking to stay in touch. Keep Grace Piper out here longer in this opening set. Oh, that's seared off the baseline. Absolutely punished the serve that was shorter in the box. Swinging like a woman who is 4-1 up on this scoreboard. Christie in a bit of trouble now. And that's how she responds. That's good stuff from Christie. Maybe that's the kind of tennis that she needs to play. She's gone through the change-ups and the slices on the back foot. It's not really worked for her. When the ball's on her own racket on serve, wants to try and pack the first punch now.
30-15.
And that'll do, first ace. Not sure if anyone can give a logistical, a logical even explanation for it, but so often in tennis you see the ace and the double fault back to back in one form or another. Chance here for Piper. Players get the lines calls out here at the UK Pro League due to the pandemic. No lines judges on the court. Chair can overrule. Deemed a good call from Christie. Piper going for the slim margin. Big for Freya Christie. Does really well to get herself across the line there because it was an emphatic start from Piper. That forehand winner on the first point. Maybe brought Christie to life a little bit, so let's see if she can capitalize on that now.
15 all.
Oh, right in the corner, well done. Footwork from Grace Piper was just brilliant throughout that rally. She was continuously having to make the adjustments, moving across the baseline. And look at that rotation. Fantastic. Big point as well, avoids the deficit. Christie doing well to keep a lid on her frustrations out here, but the hand on the hip there gave away the annoyance, giving away a quick point. Oh, she catches it. A lot of topspin on the forehand for Christie, and it drags that into court, gives her a little bit more margin for error. There you go. That's the kind of tennis that she needs to play if she's to win this match. Christie favours her forehand side, and she's got herself inside the baseline there. She's gone back behind the direction of the shot. Really great. Can she continue to keep herself tighter to the baseline? Takes a lot of commitment.
Christie.
Well, now we see where Piper's at mentally as it starts to get tight, as Christie starts to assert herself more on the court. There wasn't quite as much acceleration on that backhand, and it cost her. Facing her first break point now. Enough consistency to make the pressure moments take their toll. I have to credit Piper for her resilience there, sustaining the level. But Christie's frustration is tangible. Well, the difficulty for Christie here is that Piper's not really showing a weak side in her ground strokes at the moment. Backhand and forehand equally rhythmic, and also able to dictate and control both wings. Oh, on the paint. Just as the forehand was starting to look the more fearsome weapon, the more dictated shot, she nails a blinder with the backhand. Grace Piper fights her way through. A really important game in this set. Was on the brink of going back on serve. She is one game away from taking the opening set.
Time.
So that was big mentally from Grace Piper to come through that 5-2 hold. Same break point. Christie had just got herself closer to the baseline, inside it at times, starting to drive more with the forehand, but she was held off, so there will be doubts lingering, and she wonders what kind of game plan to put out on court to do damage, serving to stay in the set. That's the way. Went after it with the forehand, and then the slice had devastating depth. That's a good attitude from Christie, quickly getting over the disappointment of the previous game. The scoreboard situation might just have put a little bit of fire under her feet. There's renewed intensity in the strikes from the 23-year-old. Launched through the backhand setup. Count. This is great positivity, and it's the best she could hope for at the moment if she can close this game out here. Just had a few question marks for Piper as she steps up to serve for the set. That is a great hold of serve from Christie. She's got that forward movement going. She's thinking about making her way up to the net and moving up the court, and her shots are traveling as a result. Her best tennis of the day, but is it enough? She's done her bit. It's now on the racket of Grace Piper, the teenager serving for her first set of the UK Pro League. Well, she might not have got a foothold in that previous game, but it certainly would have shown Grace Piper what she needs to do out here. Keep Christie deep in the court, not allow her to crack down from the height of the bounce. Oh, what a rebound. That is special from Piper. It was all in the timing. Christie steadily working herself into the front foot here. And she swings through. Great redirection. Just had to applaud that. Piper soaking up and reworking the pace. She just has a response for everything at the moment, Piper, which must be so frustrating for Christie, who's putting in all the work out here. And just doesn't have much to show for it because Piper has been so resilient. Triple set point on serve. Took a little bit too much of a swipe at that one. She's been intent on trying to take the ball early and trying to take time away from her opponent. She took a little bit of time away from herself there. So one set point saved. Two chances still. Oh, she just misses the final ball after keeping low to redirect the backhands. Piper testing Christie out, and she gets the rewards. She leads by a set. It's 6-3 for the teenager, and she guarantees herself a point as a result. What a debut here in Aldershot. A lot to be pleased with there. Mounting frustration for Christie, who played some great stuff but just wasn't able to string it together in the right places. You can see the first serve percentage pretty high for Christie. Piper able to handle it well on the return. And there's the big number there. Breakpoint opportunities. Piper able to push through. Well, Christie just wasn't quite able to capitalize. Small margins, big scoreboard difference, and it is Piper with her nose out in front. A reminder of the format. 12-player field split into 4 groups. After 3 days of group stage action, the top placed 2 players in each group progress to the quarterfinals, and the player in 3rd place in each of the groups goes into a pool to play off for places 9 through to 12. Every place has an implication for prize money, for series ranking points. So Christie knows that she's walking in dangerous territory at the moment. Having lost that set, she can only get a maximum 4 points. Nadia Rawson, the other player in the group, picked up 2 yesterday with her 3-set victory over Christie.
Second set. Christie to serve.
So Christie to start afresh.
15 love.
Really important for Christie to get a positive start here to the second set. She's very familiar with the format of the matches here at the UK Pro League. If she can level up, it goes down the wire to a 10-point match tiebreak in place of a full 3rd set. So the comeback is doable.
Again, Christie.
And an ace for good measure. So Freya Christie first on the board in the second set. Has been pretty much out on the road since the last week of the UK Pro League at the end of April, beginning of May. Freya Christie playing in both singles and doubles. She has 13 ITF doubles titles to her name, 11 runner-up finishes. That will have helped to work the variety into her game that we're seeing more of, but there seems to be one path to victory in this particular match. Her best tennis has come when she's been able to get on the front foot early in the rallies. And Piper, when the ball's on her racket on serve, is going to look to keep her distinctly on the back foot. There we go. Let's go indeed. The forehands finding their marks. Nicely around that ball. Serious drive. Well, that forehand winner from the first point might have had a lasting impact. Christie was able to assert herself inside the court on the first point, and Piper would have known that she was looking to dig into the second serve return. So a spot of danger for the teenager at 15:30. That backhand long, that danger just became very real. We haven't seen too many loose ground strokes like that from Piper. Christie was tracking everything down and has herself a couple of breakpoint chances back to back. How about that for a backhand? One of her sharpest of the match. Really brilliant response from Freya Christie, who takes the opening break of the second set, having failed to convert her one breakpoint chance of the opener. But the hard work doesn't stop here. She has to consolidate to make it count. And Piper, she's a fighter. She'll be straight back to work in this game to try and make something happen. I don't know if they're looking for the balls or changing them. Oh, they've lost one. There's always one. Right then, still looking to keep the form rolling. She's been a fresh player in this set. Will surely take some confidence as well from the fact that she won the second set yesterday, despite ultimately going down in 3, was able to rebound from dropping the opener. Discount piling up for Christie. It's number 5. And another unreturned bomb for good measure. How about that finish to the game from Christie? Absolutely emphatic. And heads to the sit-down, 3 games clear. Experience showing itself in this set. Would have been so easy to get down and get frustrated, but Christie looked back at that opening set and took the lessons that she'd learned from it, put them into practice at the beginning of this one. Has always been a fighter. I think she's got some match notes that she's looking at there. We've seen that with a few of the players this week. Helpful just to be able to keep your mind focused during these sit-downs. There's a lot of stop-start in tennis. Piper always tends to do a good job with herself with her demeanour on the court. But she's still young, there's still much to be learned, and much to be learned from this particular match. Can she stop this second set rolling away from her? Big game coming up. Doesn't really matter how she wins the points here, Piper. It's all about slamming the brakes on and just halting this sudden run of momentum for Christie so that she's not as free-flowing. Really proactive now, Christie. She was quite content just to rally at the beginning of the match, but that forehand winner generated from nowhere. As was the backhand there. Piper taking it early, difficult to do when you're that close to the net. Flat and lethal. Oh, went for the slim margin and it paid off.
Christie leads.
Just as the game was starting to get tight as well. Grace Piper delivers. So she gets the game on the board in this second set. A streak of 3 games won by Christie snapped. And she held her last game to love. Seriously impressively. So we'll just see if Christie can keep the same rhythm going. Now the streak has been ended. Well, she picks up as she left off, another ace for Christie. Seven in total. She did well there though, Piper.
15.
Quickly up to the ball, she spotted it coming shorter and you could see her steadying herself. The racket was back early. It can be so easy to overthink or rush those shots. There's just renewed confidence in everything about Freya Christie at the moment. She's very clear-minded, very sure of what she needs to lay out on court. And the service following her conviction. Sudden let-up. A couple of softer ground strokes over hit, and that's how slim the margins really are in this match. Christie looked pretty firmly in control. But Piper just the one break down and right back in this game. Tightness has just creeped back in, with the tightness on the scoreboard as well. Quite suddenly, from 40-15 down, Grace Piper has a break back point. goes the racket. You have to feel for Freya Christie. It's pretty much a mental thing there when she's played so many matches and the same kind of repetitions keep replaying themselves. Repeated scenarios, leads that evaporate. It's so tough to consistently have to deal with that and know what's happened before and know the way things have played out. Looked deeply impressive, but she has been pegged back here. Piper just made her play long enough for that tension to reveal itself. So back on serve in the second set. Over on court 2, it was a straight sets win for Julian Cash to launch the day, so that gives him an unassailable lead in his group, meaning that he will progress to the quarterfinals. Four matches scheduled on each court today, courts 1 and 2, and the second match over on court 2 is Charles Broom up against Patrick Foley. Broom making his UK Pro League debut yesterday on court 1 and getting an impressive win over Sean Hodkin. Hodkin placed 4th in week 3. This is an important game for Christie to keep the focus up. Because even though Grace Piper has just broken back, she's not yet level on the scoreboard. She's still down by a game. So if Christie can dig straight back in here, she can maintain the advantage. Oh, what a rally. Swung back and forth. Moments where both players looked like they'd done enough. And then the opponent just counter-punched and scrambled. Great anticipation from both players. And it's key for Christie getting her opening point on the board. Something to build on. It's just pushed back on the forehand. It had been encouraging, particularly for Christie in the previous point, because a lot of those lengthier duels are being won by Piper. She was able to edge the previous one. Back to normal proceedings, though, there for 15-all. The tightness of the match right now, it's showing itself in the tennis. scrappy game here of fight. Both players yanking at the rope. Seesaw right now, hot and cold. One thing is for sure with Freya Christie, whether it's going her way or not, she will not give up until the final point. It's over and out. Oh, that's such a shame. Great rallying from both. And Freya Christie's ever so fair on her line calls. There was an off forehand from Piper that was really close to the line and she just kept with it. Piper, though, handling the deep balls to her feet so well. And she comes through the game, just keeping Christie deep enough on the forehands. Her opponent leaning out of them. So 3 games in a row for Christie, and then 3 games in a row for Piper. Christie's turn to try and snap the run of momentum, as Piper did significantly at 1-3. Oh, wow.
15.
I'm sure it wasn't fully intentional. The high backhand volley is one of the toughest shots in the book. She just had to dip it over there, Christie, because there wasn't much else that she could do, but how well handled. Potentially off the frame there. That is huge on the first point. All of Piper's scrambling powers, not enough to get up to that one.
15-30. You called it wide. Yep.
We heard the reaction from Christie. She felt that was good. But there's not going to be an overall from the chair on that far sideline. It's tougher to call. It's a significant moment. Big difference between 30-15 and 15-30. Big serve here would be massive. And that is the biggest of big serves. That's really good stuff from Christie. Surely tightness would have been creeping into the shoulders. Ace number 8. To ebb and flow for Christie. Moments of pure brilliance and moments where the adrenaline just seems to drop. Huge 7th game. That must have been the outside edge of the line. And it's tough because Piper's not going to make a call from there. She's not anywhere near close to the line. And credit to Christie for taking her chances. She gets it done. The first strike tennis is rewarded for Freya Christie, who is now 2 games away from taking the second set and leveling up this match, but no longer leads by a break. So there's not much space to play with here on court 1. So Christie, twice a 3rd place finisher here at the UK Pro League. She's played all 4 previous weeks. 3rd place in week 1 with a win over Alicia Barnett after losing a tight semi-final against Emily Appleton. And then 3rd place again in week 3 as Sonny Cartel was unfortunately forced to retire. 5th place in week 2, beating Olivia Nichols in the playoff. So she's been consistent, Christie, but still looking for that push right the way to the top. And Grace Piper has no previous results here, making her debut here in Aldershot.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, this is a good effort from Christie. She didn't face break point in the previous game, but it was a tussle of an affair. Won it off deuce, and she might have felt like she snatched a bit of momentum with that hold.
Love 40.
And Piper has just seemed to divert from a game plan a little bit there. Did not have much room to play with as she targeted the forehand winner. That means that Freya Christie has triple break point. And she only needs one. That is a sudden lapse from Piper.
5 games to 3.
And you can understand it. Christie had asserted herself. She'd come through what looked like an opportune game for Piper, and she kept her foot down at the beginning of that game. Scoreboard just got on top of her opponent. And as a result, here is Freya Christie serving to level up at 5-3. Her game might have come and gone in other aspects for Christie today, but the serve is absolutely doing damage, racking up those aces.
Leg. Okay. First serve.
Frustration just starting to build for Piper, who's right with Christie ahead of the previous game. Oh.
Oh my God.
30-50.
Christie is not impressed, even at 30 love up and an assertive position in this game. She knows how quickly things can change in this match. Piper Piper playing a risky game there, taking the drive in the air. Just about paid off. Quite have the acceleration on the follow through, and it is Freya Christie with a couple of set points to level up this clash and take us into a deciding match tiebreak. Fluid on the backhand. Piper gets a strike back, but is it too little too late? Still a chance for Christie to wrap this up. Well, if you needed a sign of how closely contested this has been, that was it. Christie's been serving emphatically for the most part, but she's feeling that she's not home and dry yet.
Advantage. Piper.
Great attitude, great mentality from Christie. With the way those previous points went, it would have been so hard to commit to the approach and putting herself in a vulnerable position. But she took the game on, playing to win. Great point saved.
Service.
We've seen multiple set points, and now we'll have seen multiple break points. Another chance for Piper to get back on serve. it's never over till it's over.
Christie leads 5 games to 4.
Another ebb from Christie. The firepower from the shots just fading away. And Grace Piper is not back level, but she's back on serve with a chance to make it 5-all. The quick reset that we saw so impressively from Christie after the first set is much needed here. She still has her nose out in front. She still has the opportunity to break for this set. Yes, she's worked so hard out here, though. It's going to be difficult to keep a lid on those negative emotions. Still to come on court 1, another teenager, Luix Maxted, will be up against Alexis Canter in the third match of the day, and then Eliz Maloney will take to court to round out action against Emma Wilson. Grace Piper set on the road to take the college tennis route. Emma Wilson just got back. Played in Arizona. So Grace Piper hoping to level in this second set. She was 5-3 down.
Love 50. Yes.
Christie's not convinced. It was difficult to sell from this angle as well, to be fair. But it was in front of Piper, and the chair umpire confirms. It's a fine line to tread. She knows she has to keep these ground strokes deep in the court. Oh, the dead net cord goes her way again. And it was when she was up in her service game, at 30 love serving for the set, that Christie let her frustration of that show. It's a tough pill to swallow, particularly after the close line call on the previous point. Stretched out a couple of times on the backhand side. That's of benefit to Grace Piper, who levels up from 5-3 down in this set, and the possibility of a straight sets win is still a distinct one. Huge service game upcoming for Freya Christie. Maybe channeling some frustration there, slapped the backhand down the line. Great momentum through her shots. Making a statement on the opening point of a massive game. Into the double digits now on the ace count. She wraps it up. Freya Christie gets the all-important service hold, and once again, she is a game away from leveling up this match. Now, Piper hasn't had as much competitive match play as her opponent today in recent months, and this is proving to be quite a taxing physical battle. So she might just ease up a little bit at the back end of this. We've seen a few more unforced errors. She was so clinical and so clean early in the match, but there are definitely more openings for Christie now, who's upped her own intensity. She's had some difficult matches to contend with in recent weeks, but a lot of match play brings a match mindset with it. She knows the tough moments of matches that she has to produce in. She was able to come out on top of a tough second set yesterday. So, for the third time, Grace Piper serving to stay in the set. she's feeling some fatigue, Piper, she's still committing, still resilient.
Ready up.
It was too easy. And Christie was covering the baseline. It might have been a slight distraction. Biggest reaction we've heard from Piper. Can't believe she missed that shot. And look what it does to that scoreboard. Freya Christie has set point on the return. A reminder that she's already seen set points on her own serve. And there it is. Finally, we're going the distance on court one. This contest deserves it. An absolute battle. Freya Christie is used to being engaged in those. An hour and 45 minutes on the clock. And this exchange, this duel, will be decided by a match tiebreak. Now, who has the head for that format? 1 point each to be taken away from this match, but the final point comes down to this. Now, Christie's ace count is definitely into the double digits. She's hit at least 11. I'm not sure how much to take away from these numbers, but that first serve percentage has been absolutely key for her, giving her some breathing room in some tough situations. Ultimately, look at how she's able to capitalize on all her breakpoint chances. And Piper just feeling the pressure a little bit at the back end of that set. It's understandable. No room for errors now as we head into the match tiebreak. Christie looking to right the wrongs of yesterday. Was edged by Nadia Rawson. 10-8 in that match tiebreak. So here we go. Coming into this match, it was Nadia Rawson on top of this Pool A with 2 points. Christie just leveled her by taking that set. She has the chance now to go a step out in front. Serving to start the decider. She did so well to close that out. Grace Piper counter-punching for her life. Just hoping that she'd done enough at the end there, but Christie had the control. Confidence-boosting start to this match tiebreak. Spectacular turnaround from Christie. Piper had immediately done damage with the body serve, and she stayed inside the baseline, striking forehand after forehand, hoping to finish Christie off. But it was a smart lob from the 23-year-old to get back on level pegging. And it's pretty key that in a couple of these opening 3 points, she's been able to outlast in a long rally.
Christie.
And this is where errors like the double fault start to hurt. Christie had worked so hard for that advantage. But once again, she feels how tight this match is. it's exhausting just to watch these rallies. So
4-2.
dread to think how exhausting it must feel to play them, particularly for Piper, who is up against a battle-hardened opponent here, who might just have the edge on her when it comes to endurance. Christie with the marginal advantage at the change of ends. Big point for Piper. She's down a deficit, but it's on her racket. Doesn't want to give Christie a hope of pulling away. Oh, she lands it.
5-2. Christie.
Racing from behind to deal a devastating blow. You can feel the fatigue mounting for both players, but even there, Christie able to race up to that shorter ball. Clarity with where to place it. How big might that be? A couple of mini breaks now in her possession. Oh, so good. Not this time, she says. Too many net cords have gone her opponent's way. She's having none of it on this occasion. Look at that reach. Brilliant block volley. She can well clench her fist.
Christie.
Well, every point at the moment feels massive for Piper, but that one potentially essential. Taking a service point, keeping this gap doable. Oh, brilliantly done. Getting the width again.
6-4, Christie.
And changing up the direction nicely, back behind. Christie wasn't ready for it, wrong-footed. Has to be smart now.
Christie. Yeah, wide.
Just asking the question. The margins are slim on the scoreboard and slim on the court. They have to be at the moment.
Seven, 5, Christie.
It's another net cord. And it just shows you really the low trajectory of Piper's shots. Flying close to the net, so Christie's consistently having to get low. In these fast flying conditions, that's pretty tough to go up against, as that scoreboard indicates. So it's the business end. Huge, huge point on the Christie racket upcoming. Short break in play. A lot of time to think. Taking the ball on the rise, imposing herself with her positioning. Even as it gets tight, sometimes it can be a bit easier to swing when you're behind. Taking a hold of this match, Piper on the brink. Return, really wanted to take advantage of that, and it has to move on swiftly. There's next to nothing in this now. outlasts,
9-7.
despite the lengthy contest yesterday. Freya Christie being battle-hardened might be the deciding factor here on court 1. What a tussle it has been. At 9-7, Freya Christie with 2 hours on the clock has double match point. Her down. It's off serve. She's got another chance. But if she's to convert this match point, she'll have to do it on the return. Piper not going down easy. She was so brave, she was going after it, but one final overhead makes the difference. They earn the applause. A great contest, a great debut from Grace Piper. Brilliant effort, but it's Freya Christie's day. She's earned it. Bounces back from the narrow defeat yesterday, and it's pretty poetic. Lost that tie-break 10-8 to Nadia Rawson, but wins this one 10-8 over 18-year-old Grace Piper. Freya Christie picks up the 2 points, and so that momentarily puts her at the top of Pool A, ahead of Nadia Rawson. And since Piper can only get a total of 3 points tomorrow, she's looking pretty decent at a shot of the quarterfinals. Top 2 players from each group going through to the quarterfinals after the 3 days of group stage play. Christie's got her 2 matches done in the first 2 days of competition. She's had 2 long 3-setters, so she's definitely earned her break tomorrow. You can see the ace count was strong for the 23-year-old, and that high first serve percentage got her some cheap points. But really, it was a case of maybe having a little bit more in her legs at the end and being able to turn the tables to come out on top of some of those longer rallies that Piper had a stranglehold on in the earlier stages of the match. So a great start from Piper, a great effort. She'll be disappointed with the ending when the margins were so narrow, but she gets another chance tomorrow when she takes on Nadia Rawson in the final group stage match of Pool A. Freya Christie gets her first win of week 5 on the board, so 2 matches down and 2 still to come on court 1. And the next one will be along shortly. It features Alexis Canter up against 17-year-old Luix Maxted. Welcome back to the continuation of day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League, the first week of the league here at the Aldershot Tennis Centre. Change of location from the opening 4 weeks of the league, which took place at the Dan Maskell Tennis Centre, Loughborough University. Both players took part in competition over in Loughborough, the two that are on court now. One of them is making their debut today here in Aldershot. That's 17-year-old Luix Maxted on your near side, who is taking on Alexis Canter. It's been an interesting day so far on court 1. A marathon opening set between Max Basing and Josh Paris. The teenager Max Basing edging it 7-6, but then Paris unfortunately forced to retire in the early stages of the second set. So Basing picking up the full 3 points, and then Freya Christie, the highest ranked player in the women's draw, got the first win of her week on the board with a 3-set marathon win over Grace Piper. So the teenagers on court so far have been making an impact. Basing and Piper each picking up a set. It's yet to be seen if Maxted can continue the theme, but it's Alexis Canter who's on your screen currently. He leads the head-to-head with his upcoming opponent. They've faced off a couple of times, and he's been the victor on both occasions, so he knows what he's up against. Also the only one of these two players with an ATP ranking to his name, just on the edge of the top 1,000, because Canter does compete on the ITF circuit. Maxted is mainly a junior competitor at the moment. He's fresh off a run at Junior Wimbledon, so doesn't yet have a ranking that accurately reflects the tennis that he's capable of. Canter got started here in Aldershot yesterday with a straight sets victory over Jack Gibbons over on court 2. It was 7-6, 6-2. And these two players are both competitors in box C. Maxted playing his first match of the week today. There has been a format change since the opening 4 weeks of competition in Loughborough. The 12-player field, instead of being split into 2 groups, has now been split into 4 groups of 3, so the group stage is shorter, the stakes are higher. The top 2 players from each group at the end of the round-robin action will go into the quarter-finals. And Maxted, with his form and his ability, will fancy his chances of doing just that. He's had some great experience recently over the grass court season. He was able to play in qualifying at the ATP event in Eastbourne, and also at the ATP Challenger event in Nottingham, ahead of going in and playing in the Wimbledon Juniors event, where he made the second round in the singles and pushed the number 5 seed all the way down the wire before going down 6-4 in the third set. He was disappointed about that, but that's good signs, because he knows the tennis that he's capable of, the potential that he has. He really used the full court, Luix Maxted. He's an exciting prospect, and despite being down on the head-to-head, he knows that he's capable of giving Canter trouble out here today. Present during week 3 of the UK Pro League, Alexis Canter. Mixed fortunes there, and he's since managed to get back out on the road on the ITF circuit, most recently competed out in Jerusalem in May. Across singles and doubles. It's difficult at the moment with travel still restricted with the pandemic, and not able to get that consistent match play in that will help build up the match wins and develop the form. And that's why the UK Pro League is so useful, giving the players this opportunity to get guaranteed match play in. And despite the questionable weather at the moment, that's not a problem because we're safely under the roof. And off we go then. It is the third match of the day on court 1. And it is going to kick off on the racket with Alexis Canter, the senior player on court today at the grand old age of 23.
Ready? Play.
That's one way to start. Quicker conditions here in Aldershot compared to Loughborough, and having already had a match here, Canter will be at home in them. For Maxted, might just take a game or two to warm into this.
No.
Maxted is such a great player to watch. He's got that one-handed backhand. He can slice off it as effectively as he can strike. And he might well test out Canter's consistency out here on court 1. I've seen a few net chords today, and multiple dead ones as well. It's just something the players have to be ready for. To get them out of the way early, then deep in the business end of a match. Smart return from Maxted, just making Canter play the ball, and with the chip return he gave himself a bit more time to race across the baseline to cover. Added the pressure, and here's immediate scoreboard pressure for Alexis Canter, who's facing break point. Out call comes from the chair, has the ultimate authority, although players are calling their own lines. That's a big point for Canter to win, outlasting his opponent. He's going to give him lots of different looks at the ball with the slice and the varied height and spin on it. Behind a second serve as well.
Advantage, Canter.
Doesn't go his way on this occasion, so the opening game extends. And the longer a game goes, the more significant it can become, particularly when you consider this is Maxted's first match. And a lengthy opening game might just warm him into it. Great direction on the 1-2. Fully catching his opponent by surprise. And Canter isn't going to change up the look on the ball as much as his opponent will today. It's all about the direction and the control and the potency of the shot. Big holds, cracked down from the top of those forehands. And it's the 23-year-old first on the board here on court 1. Utilising the quick conditions, but Maxted shouldn't mind them, given that he's spent the last week playing on grass courts at Junior Wimbledon, the fastest surface. Will have taken good experience from that. Maxted's only previous appearance here at the UK Pro League was in week 3, where he really impressed with his level and his ability to go up against opponents and stay with them who are ranked much higher than him. It was really just the format and the lack of experience in it maybe that cost him at times. But since then, he's competed in 2 junior Grand Slams. Roland Garros over in Paris and Wimbledon last week. Valuable experience. Well, he has a clear game plan out here, Canter. Rifle through the forehands, taking that ball on the rise and looking to impose himself. We'll be aware that Maxted is pretty comfortable in the forecourt himself when it comes to finishing things off, wants to get there first. My word. I mean, that's emphatic. Ripping the skin off that tennis ball. Leaving Maxted without a shadow of a doubt that that first serve percentage has to be high, because the slower second serve is going to get eaten up.
15-30.
As he tries to be so aggressive, Canter, he knows that it's a fine line to tread, and that as much as he'll hit some screamers, there'll be misses as well, and he just has to take that in his stride. On top of that mentally. Absolutely knifed that backhand slice down the line, Maxted. Canter had to get so low for the volley. And that's what he needs to do here, pull out his full box of tricks and just do his best to make Canter uncomfortable. He's not going to hit his opponent off the court today, but he can certainly pull him around and out of position. It's a very confident close to that game from Maxted. He'll take a confidence boost from that. Was left 30 down. Canter was raining forehand winners, but at the start of this one, it looks like we might be set for a pretty good contest. Both players on the board.
La 15.
His anticipation skills today, Maxted, really have to be on point, because Canter's looking to take that ball early and drive. And there's not going to be a lot of reaction time.
40-30.
Looks like the red lining has been knocked out of his system for now. A couple of errors on the 1-2 have opened up opportunities. This is a half chance for Maxted. Had that great point in the opening game, didn't capitalise.
With
the line call. Changing it up, but when it turns into a cat and mouse type game, Luix Maxted is your man. Doesn't mind that change up.
Advantage Canter.
And he wraps up the hold. Another close one, but the serve is emphatic when he needs it to be. Alexis Canter keeping his nose out in front here on court one. Third match of the day. One more still to follow. Eliz Maloney looking to rebound from a narrow defeat yesterday as she takes on Emma Wilson. Emma Wilson went the college tennis route. Luix Maxted is on his way there, has committed to play at Texas Christian University. A certain Cameron Norrie went down that road at that same college, and Alistair Gray did more recently. He just finished up and got a couple of wins in the main draw of the men's doubles at Wimbledon. Pretty successful championships for the Brits, a number of them making runs, including last summer's UK Pro Series champion of Classic Week, Emma Raducanu, making fourth round in the singles.
Time.
Maxted looking to put the lessons from that week into practice here at UK Pro League, where matches are guaranteed. Canter looking to build on that straight sets victory yesterday over Jack Gibbons. It picked him up 3 points. The format might have changed slightly, but the point system remains the same at the UK Pro League. It's 3 points for a straight sets win, 2 points for a win, 2 sets to 1, and still a point if you lose in 3 sets. In the smaller groups, every point is that bit more important.
Whipped in.
Continues over on court 2. An emphatic opening set for Emily Appleton, who got the win yesterday. 6-love over Danielle Daly. Oh, that's a great pass. Great timing from Maxted, who was deep in the court. Dangerous on the stretch on the forehand side. You can see what Canter's trying to do here. He's striking into the backhand and hoping to spread the court. That was a warning shot.
Whipped in.
There's a lot of weapons, a lot of tools in the Maxted game already. And the thing that makes the difference is the experience of producing the routine points over and over and the quick putaways. And that just comes with match play and years of competition. Disappointment there. He'd got the point where he wanted it, but over pushed the forehand, and you might see a little bit more of that from Canter because Maxted's baseline coverage will be constantly asking him for that bit extra to finish off the point, to try and make him play a riskier game. Corner. Not holding back. Some viewers on the balcony as Maxted levels up again in this set and throws the spotlight back across to Alexis Canter. Two wins for Canter previously. These two first met at an ITF Futures event in February 2020. Canter winning 6-3, 6-4, and then a very similar scoreline when they faced off at the LTA British Tour last fall, 6-4, 6-3 for Canter. But Maxted knows what he's up against. He's had the experience of taking these forehands on. Every match is a fresh start. just about the consistency. Great work early with the forehands, good whip on his shots. But knows he has to keep the ground strokes deep to stop Canter getting on top of things. That's his most comprehensive service hold of the match so far. To love for Alexis Canter, shutting out any sniff of opportunity there. Of the UK Pro League previously was only able to complete one. Canter had some tough draws, had to take on Jack Draper during week 3 of competition. Draper obviously went on to play Wimbledon, took on Novak Djokovic in the first round, and up until the final, when Matteo Berrettini managed to grab the opener, Draper was the only player to take a set off Djokovic, who ultimately came out on top for his 6th Wimbledon title. Crazy numbers.
Time.
Finished up 10th out of 12. In the week 3 rankings. Alexis Canter, that we next up, was also present during that week for his only previous appearance at the league. He finished up in 5th with a win over Billy Harris, so we know what he's capable of. Almost up too quickly there. Great reflexes from Maxted, asking the extra question. Pretty sharp placement down the tee. Canter not the only player on court who can hit a big one.
Maxted.
So halfway through the
3
set,
years old.
and only one break point seen. That was in Maxted's favour in the lengthy opening game that went the way of Canter. Both players look fully warmed into this one. So 3-all, and Canter serving. Some drive from Maxted. Coming over the height of the bounce, working his way inside the baseline. Not been easy with the way that Canter has been looking to impose himself so far. It would have been quite something if he'd recovered to win that point, because he was completely jammed up on the backhand. Canter did well to hold his focus to see it through. Down a little deficit on the scoreboard. 7th game of the match. This is where it starts to get really tight, really serious. That's brilliant play from Maxted, making a point of taking that ball on the rise, and he knows what he wants to do out here, forging his way up the court. Scoreboard pressure is on. He asked the extra question on the brink there. Just managed to get that lob up with some height, forcing Canter back. So much pressure on the overhead, couldn't quite shoulder it. So here we go, for the first time since the opening game, Luix Maxted has a break point chance. well, brave play from Canter. That backhand up the line is tough. It's the higher part of the net, it's the flatter shot. He completely closed down the space. Well, we said that Maxted would test his consistency, and he's answering the questions right now, the 23-year-old driving and adjusting to every different spin that comes his way. Allowed to hit a lot of forehands out here. Big reaction for a big hold of serve from Alexis Canter. He was up against it once again. Maxted putting him under pressure, but not quite able to cross the line because his opponent keeps upping the ante when it matters. Can he keep his head in the face of that situation? It's 4-3 to Canter at the sit-down. And a lot for Maxted to digest here. Encouragements to take from Wimbledon last week, that opening round victory in the boys singles, and it was a pretty devastating loss in the following rounds on court 3. To play on one of the show courts against Oscar Diaz, who was the number 5 seed. Really close contest, and it was just broken as he served to stay in it at 4-5 in the deciding set. Maxted. And that's experience. Once again, it will come with time. Just that match play in big moments, big occasions. Also played in the doubles alongside Will Nolan, who was present at the last week of the UK Pro League in Loughborough. Also impressed. There's a lot of young talent coming through. Maxted, one of 3 teenagers in the boys' draw, men's draw this week, and a number of teenagers on the women's side as well. Big win for 16-year-old Jasmine Conway yesterday over Eliz Maloney deep in the match tiebreak. on the edge of the paint. Nerveless forehand. And as he keeps Canter close, it just sounds like the frustration might be rising on the other side of the net. Canter a little disappointed with himself, was in position for that shot. Oh yes, really swinging his momentum into these shots now. Screamer down the line. That one's just nudged from Canter. So Maxted levels up once again. Little between the two so far, but it's been Maxted with the only breakpoint opportunities. One in the first game of the match and one in his most recent return game. So as things get steadily into the business ends of the opener, can he make Canter feel the scoreboard pressure? Whoever wins this game is one game away from taking the set. Oh, great reach.
15 love.
One big step, one big stretch. And on the first point of an important game, that's big.
No.
Spreads the court emphatically.
30-15.
It's good to see him still commit to the serve and volley, the one previous attempt in this game. And Maxted dipped the return low. That made life really difficult for him, but he has to play to win this match. Has to back himself. For the 30. emphatic 1-2 set him up for the finish.
Canter.
Great effort from Maxted on the scramble, but Canter was firmly on the front foot there and had no intention of letting that very important point slip. He does take himself a game away from the opening set at 5-4. Strong finish, making the most of his second match in as many days here, Canter. Edged a tight first set against Jack Gibbons yesterday on court 2 before wrapping it up in straights. That means that he did sit at the top of the leaderboard in that group coming into today with the full 3 points on offer there. If he can get a point for the set here, then he'd be moving into the quarterfinals. The top 2 players from each group making the quarterfinals at the end of the 3 days of group stage action. So how does Maxted respond to this situation? 5-4 down, serving to stay in the set. Well, the reaction tells you how big that was. However it comes about, winner, forced error, unforced error, that first point of the return game, particularly at this point on the scoreboard, can do a lot. Just overpressed that.
Love 30.
He'll have bad memories from the last time he served to stay in a set at 4-5, Maxted. There's a chance now to rewrite the script. Canter, on the other hand, he sees the finish line, he's pulling for it. Controlling the court right now, forging his way up it as well. Definite intent from the 23-year-old. His first 3 break points of this match, 3 set points. Just pushed that one.
15-40.
Credit to Maxted, able to commit to the rally when surely the tension's building. 1 saved, and 2 to go. How good was that rally from the 2 of them? Far reaches of the court, flinging the kitchen sink at each other. And Maxted with the clarity and the calm to put away the final volley. So 2 set points saved now. Can he manage a third? There's one too many.
First set. Canter, 6
Well, the
games
call
to
is
4.
confirmed from Canter. Not sure Maxted was so convinced, but he was in a tight spot and wasn't quite able to squeeze through. That's tough because that was a hotly contested set, and it was Maxted with all the opportunities leading into that final game. But credit to Canter because he upped the intensity when his back was against the wall, and throughout the set he played to win. He moved up the court, he got up to that net, and he played the game on his own terms. And that's why he's got the 6-4 set wrapped up now. But all is not lost for Luix Maxted. If he can find a way to level up this match, it would go to a 10-point match tiebreak in place of a third set. So the comeback is doable, particularly if he sustains the kind of quality that we saw from him throughout the opener. It's been a great match to watch so far. The third match of 4 scheduled today on court 1, still to come. Week 3 winner Eliz Maloney taking on Emma Wilson.
Time.
So first set wrapped up. Luix Maxted looking to start the second on a positive note, but it will be on the racket of Alexis Canter. It's been Abigail Johnson taking you through the first set, and I will now hand over the reins of this one to Jenny Drummond.
Second set. Alexis Canter to serve. Allow 15.
Just missing wide, but lung-busting rally right at the beginning of this second set. Standard hasn't slipped. Intensity hasn't slipped. No wonder that gets some applause. That was just lovely movement through the court, followed the ball, and also managed to get his body out of the way of the volley to create an extra bit of angle there. It was a bit of an abysmal smash, but didn't quite warrant the racket launch into the curtain, considering he's a set-up. But Maxted now with a couple of break points right at the beginning in the second set. And he's pulled it wide.
Maxted, first game, second set.
Well, Canter roaring at the loss of his serve. And I'm sure Maxted will revel in that type of reaction. Perfect start for Maxted after dropping that opening set, getting broken in the 10th game. Dropping the first set doesn't seem to have bothered him. And for Canter, he just needs to remember the fact that because he's won that first set, he's got a point in the bag no matter what. And with the 3 points he won against Jack Gibbons yesterday, he automatically qualifies for the final 8. So maybe he just needs to think big picture for a second.
Clock 15. No.
So I think it should have been new balls after the 11th game. A little bit surprised. Probably the first time he's had the mid-game. Really nice response from Maxted, 15-30 down. Accurate ace. Just relieves the pressure a little bit. A little bit of fortune for Canter going his way. Getting back into this Maxted service game.
Advantage Canter.
Not ideal timing at all for a double for Maxted. Now a chance for Canter to break back immediately. I'm sure Maxted, frustrated with the end of that game, worked hard to get the break at the beginning of the match. The new balls actually didn't work in his favour at all.
love. Very love. For a love. Game Canter.
Frustration building for Maxted, and that's unsurprising. Worked hard to get a break of serve. Handed his serve right back to Canter, and then Canter holding to love. A few too many unforced errors coming from the Maxted racket at the moment. You can see he's not happy at all with himself. Built up an opportunity. And now he's put Canter back in the driving seat. Canter leading by a set and 2-1 in this box C match. Alexis Canter's second match of the week. Defeated Jack Gibbons in straight sets yesterday. Luix Maxted's first match. So with Canter already qualifying for the top 8 for the quarterfinals, it will be between Jack Gibbons and Luix Maxted. And at this point, every point is crucial.
Love. Very love. It's too late, but I think it was just wide, but it's too late to challenge.
So Maxted there with a love break to follow up the previous Canter love service game. Clearly had a bit of a word with himself at the sit down. Try and change things around. So back level in the second set, 2 games all.
love. You know.
Just lost a little bit of rhythm, Canter, here in this game. Not surprised, taking a little extra moment. Telling the face to just gain his composure here. And that extra minute worked a charm there. Came up with a big first serve. Nice, easy, cheap point. Well, it was a case of who would blink first, and on that occasion it was Maxted. Error coming from his backhand. And Canter making his feelings known. That's a great backhand down the line from Canter. Maxted just got stuck in the middle. Canter going back behind him. Knows he's a quick opponent. So now the second set still on serve, 3-2 in favour of Canter. Set in the bag as well. Both of these guys back at UK Pro League for, well, for Maxted the second time, for Canter the third.
Time.
Just missed a couple of balls in this game as Canter, when I feel he should just be putting some pressure on Maxted. Certainly did on that occasion. Great depth and forced the error from the Maxted backhand. Got jammed up there. Maxted, nice and aggressive down the line on that approach shot, did just enough and covered the net well. Forced the error from Canter's racket. So 3-all. Really quite a tight match between these two. One break of serve in the first set. 2 breaks in this set, 1 apiece. Not happy with himself for sending that ball long. Maybe he's looking a little bit fatigued too. It's been a physical match so far. He played a match yesterday. Maxted hasn't played a match yesterday. Having said that, Canter has a day off tomorrow. how costly will that be? Found himself at 15-30 in his previous service game. Got out of it pretty quickly, but a bit of a difference here. Love 30. Oh, that's great hands. Really great hands from Luix Maxted. What a pickup off his shoelaces. So now, crucially, 3 break points for Maxted here. One saved with a huge ace down the tee from Canter. Crucially, Canter delivering a first serve once again. Break point down, still though has one to face. That is a great pickup from Maxted. Canter just didn't quite do enough with the volley. Maxted showing the speed he possesses. Not just the speed though, but the control of that lob. And a massive roar from him at the end as well. That got him fired up. So Maxted now with a break of serve in the second set. Leads 4-3. Dropped his serve immediately as he broke the last time. So the momentum in favour of Luix Maxted right now. And the break of serve. Day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League here at Aldershot Tennis Centre. 17-year-old Luix Maxted action against 23-year-old Alexis Canter. Canter, the highest ranked player in this Box C encounter.
Love.
And he's really putting in the effort here to try not to get broken like he did when he previously had the advantage. Oh, well, that was a chance for Maxted to set up 3 points to go 5-3 ahead, but just snatched at it ever so slightly. Has allowed Canter back in this game. Huge get.
No, you went into the net.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I swear I haven't touched the net.
I saw you touching the net, but if you want to get just leave it, you get on with it, but it was definitely touching that.
We've got the video.
Canter wants a replay.
Gonzalo Salto. You definitely went in the net. You did.
So we have a bit of a disagreement. Canter saying he didn't touch the net, chair umpire saying he did. So I think bringing the tournament referee into the mix just to clarify the situation.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
I mean, he's only
no, I was literally watching because I wanted to see. In one way I thought you were going to lose the point, but I was watching to see whether you went in the net, and you definitely went in the net.
I mean, why have you called this in? You must be unsure.
No, I called it straight away. I called it straight away.
No, I know you called it straight away. If you call this in right now, it shows you must be unsure.
No, I was just giving him a benefit of the doubt, say, well, does he want me to give you the point? But no, it couldn't.
I mean, what can I do?
And he says, if I saw you touch the net, then he cannot give you the point. So he just said. 40-15.
So after much deliberation, the call stands for the fact that Canter touched the net. So he'll have to take a moment, gather his thoughts, because he won't be happy with that at all. But without seeing a replay, it's hard to decipher
Game Maxted. Maxted leads 5 games to 3.
So there's the consolidation of the break of serve. Maxted holds. And now he's just one game away from taking the second set.
Love 15.
Now he's just getting a little bit frustrated at the whole situation.
No. First service.
And you just feel now that the momentum is fully with Maxted at this particular moment. Canter, he's hanging on. At least he's going to try and make his opponent serve out the set. Well, the reaction says it all from Canter. He's just a bit fed up at this particular moment. But someone who's not is his opponent, Luix Maxted, who has a set point to try and level this match. Digs in deep though, does Canter. Saves a set point. Oh, that's a great shot. Really top notch from Maxted, and certainly not easy to do off the single hander. Once again, Canter standing firm under pressure.
Canter.
Sails widen. Canter hangs on. Saves 2 set points. Holds serve and will force his opponent, Luix, Maxted, to serve this one out. So this is our third match of the day here on Court 1, day 2 of week 5 of UK Pro League Aldershot Tennis Centre. We've got one more match for you to come on Court 1. It is between Eliz Maloney, the week 3 winner, and Emma Wilson. They are waiting in the wings, ready to take their spot on this Court 1. But whilst they're waiting, Luix Maxted will be serving for the second set to see if he can get his first point of week 5 of UK Pro League.
Love.
That's a very tough shot to hit. Tough winner to hit high part of the net, deep out wide. Maxted on the run. Now Canter with a little hint of an opportunity. 15:30 on the Maxted serve. Got the height on that occasion on the forehand, though. Clearly learnt from his mistake in the previous point. Just pinned Canter really far back. That's a great serve. Bang on the line. Booming, flat serve down the tee. Now his third set point, but first on his serve. Well, that solidifies the second set in favour of 17-year-old Luix Maxted. He takes it 6-4. Means that this match will head to a match tiebreak. 10-point tiebreak will decide the outcome. And with that set, Maxted secures a point in this Box C clash. At the moment, Canter out in front with 4 in total. Picked up 3 against Jack Gibbons yesterday in a straight sets victory. Has picked up 1 here by securing the opening set. So maximum of 2 points here available for both players. Here are the numbers of set 2. And despite Maxted having a lower first serve percentage, winning more of them than that of Canter. Couple of aces at key times helping him too, and then on the second serve as well. That's where it's letting Canter down, unable to win as many of those points on his second serve as his opponent.
Time. A 10-point match tiebreak to be played inside the finish.
So just a minute or two for both players to reset, gather their thoughts ahead of 10-point tiebreak.
Canter. Maxted.
got to be frustrating for Canter. He did everything so well in the point. Covered the line. Potentially Maxted's shot was going out. Just lost control of the rack ahead face on that forehand volley. Giving the early advantage to Maxted. Great volley from Luix Maxted there. Edging out further in front, just 4 points away from his first win in week 5.
Maxted.
Oh, what a match tiebreak it's been for Maxted so far. Canter with a bit of a battle in his hands now. Great point. Really good hitting
Maxted.
from both players, but Maxted just stepping it up there. Oh, too good once again.
9-1.
He's
Maxted.
just found a new level here. And what a cushion 17-year-old Luix Maxted has now. 9-1. 8 match points.
Maxted.
Maybe just a little hint of nerves. Didn't double fault, but can afford to do that when you're 9-1 up. It's gone wide. Luix Maxted has his first victory of week 5 of UK Pro League in the bag.
10-2.
Went down to a match tie break. Went down a set, 6-4, came back, won the second 6-4. And what an incredible tie break from him, 10 points to 2. He's got a big smile on his face. I'm sure happy to get through that. So he will take 2 points from that victory. In box C. And before we dissect the box, here are the final numbers of the match. Not a lot in it at all. Well, Maxted really just upping the ante in that tie break. Canter couldn't keep up with him. So after 2 matches, Alexis Canter is in top spot with 4 points currently. Whether or not he'll remain in top spot, we're waiting to find out how Luix Maxted gets on tomorrow. If he wins in straight sets, he will top box B. If he wins by 2-1, they will be equal on points. But he will be top spot nonetheless because he will have 1 more match win than Alexis Canter. So it's only if Luix Maxted loses tomorrow will it go down to the games 1 between Alexis Canter and Luix Maxted to see who tops that group. Lots of mathematics going on, but now that that's done, my brain can have a wee rest because coming up next, we have the final match of the day on court 1 between week 3 winner Eliz Maloney and Emma Wilson. That's coming up for you very shortly. Welcome back to the final match of the day, day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League here at Aldershot Tennis Centre. We have the week 3 winner, Eliz Maloney, in action, playing her second match of the week up against Emma Wilson. Now Maloney's played all 5 weeks so far in the UK Pro League. 20 years of age, from Dorset, but lives in London. Sits second overall behind Emily Appleton in the league rankings at the moment, and that is because, well, week 1 she finished 8th overall, but week 2 she was a finalist. Then she peaked in week 3, was the winner, undefeated. She beat Emily Appleton, the favourite in the group stages and in the final. And then week 4 she was a finalist once again for the second time. She was defeated by Emily Appleton. Now this week, I mentioned she's played 1 match, and incidentally she lost that to Jasmine Conway yesterday in a ridiculous battle. 5-7, 7-6, 11-9 in favour of Conway, who's just 18 years old. But if you've ever watched Eliz Maloney play before, you know that she doesn't like a short match. She will battle to the last point. We nicknamed her the Roadrunner because she will chase everything down. Facing her today, though, is Emma Wilson in your picture, 24 years old, from Newcastle, but does have a slight Arizona accent because she spent a lot of time out in the States at college there in Arizona. Played week 4 of UK Pro League, came 7th. Was in the mix for a a semi-final place at one point. Didn't quite make it, but that was her first set of tennis that week all year. And hasn't played internationally since, so back now for week 5 to see what damage she can cause here in the draw.
1 minute.
So this match, a box B match. Maloney, the highest ranked player in the group, followed by Jasmine Conway and then Emma Wilson, who is unranked, but a very good player, has a big game, likes to swing off both wings pretty hard and flat, and on the serve too, compared to that of Maloney, who is a very, very solid counter-puncher. So this is Emma Wilson's first match of the week, because it was Maloney and Conway who played yesterday. So this is our 5th week of UK Pro League this season. The format has altered slightly. Players now playing in 4 pools of 3 in the round robin stage. Top 2 in each pool will progress into the first 8th place quarter-final draws, while the 3rd player in each pool will proceed to the 9th to 12th round robin playoffs. And with this revised format, each player will play 5 matches in 7 days rather than 7 in 7 days, so a little bit kinder to the body. Allows these players to have 2 days off throughout the week and recuperate a little, and someone who's looking to do that is Josh Paris, who had to retire against Max Basing earlier on today. First up, he jarred his back hitting an overhead, so hopefully he can recuperate from the rest of today, tomorrow, and then be back in action on Thursday. Josh, the week 1 winner. But right now it is the week 3 winner to get this match off and running. Well, Wilson possesses a big hitting game, but sometimes the errors do come as well. Maloney holding with ease. Get this match started. Emma Wilson went to the University of Arizona where she studied maths. Very smart woman indeed. Mentioned that her favourite athlete is Novak Djokovic. Well, I'm sure he's favourite athlete of many. 20 Grand Slam titles, 6 Wimbledon in the bag. Unbelievable stuff from the world number 1. Contrast. Didn't go to the States, didn't go the college route. With Joe Jury, Alan Jones, Jet Academy, Junior Elite Tennis Academy. Has done for a number of years now. So 3 balls netted for Maloney, slightly uncharacteristic as she makes a lot of balls. That's one thing you can count on from the Maloney game. You will have to hit a lot of tennis balls if you want to beat her. Wilson gets on the board too. Created the open space there, did Wilson. Just didn't give the ball enough height over the net. But had Maloney on the defensive, that's for sure. That's a massive backhand cross court from Maloney. Absolute powerhouse of a hit. And that means that we're on serve in the early stages of this final match on court 1. As we hear the sounds from court 2. Holly Hutchinson and Millie Bissett battling it out over there. That is our final match on court 2.
Time.
Millie Bissett was leading 5-2. Did take the set 7-6. Leads 1-love, but absolute battle going on over there.
Love 15.
And that's what Maloney does so well. She just makes her opponent play one more ball. Wilson didn't do enough with that forehand drive volley, then overcooked the volley that followed. Great hitting from both women. A lot of the time you've got to put your money on Maloney in those long exchanges. She stays in the point so well and just neutralizes her opponent. Now 3 breakpoint chances for Maloney to edge out in front here. Doesn't need 3 though, just needs the 1.
Maloney leads 3 games to 1. Love.
What retrieving from Maloney. She just continues to make Wilson play one more shot, and that in turn is forcing the error, and you can see Wilson's disappointment.
Love. Miss Maloney. Maloney leads 4 games to 1 first set.
Another hold for Maloney. She extends her lead, consolidates the break of serve. Hasn't lost a point in the last 2 games. She leads by 4-1 in the first set. Let me run through what went on today. George Paris had to sadly retire in his match against Max Basing after Basing won the first set. So he is back recuperating. Hopefully he can be back on Thursday. Freya Christie up next. Came through yet another 3-setter. She was defeated yesterday in a 3-set match against Nadia Rawson, but today turned things around, was the victor against Grace Piper. So she will have a day off tomorrow to wait and see who qualifies in top spot in their group. And then Luix Maxted came from a set down to defeat Alexis Canter. And now we're in our 4th match of the day, where Maloney, week 3 winner, leads Wilson 4-1.
Very love.
Just missing wide, Maloney. Well, that will ease the tension for Emma Wilson right now. Straightforward hold of serve. Put a little bit of pressure back on Maloney. See if she can hold to go 1 game away from taking this opening set.
Love.
Well, now Maloney just making sure the ball goes in the court and asking questions of Wilson, who's unable to come up with the answer. Too many unforced errors from the Wilson racket, just allowing Maloney to run away with this first set at this point. That's better though. Last couple of points from Wilson. And has hit with intent. Has got herself back to 30 all here. This is massive hitting from Emma Wilson, utilising that forehand so well. And one after the next. She gets the break back, does Wilson. Huge, huge hitting from the back of the court. So the lead that was for Liz Maloney has been snuffed out very quickly. That's the nature of Wilson's game. Does hit big. So it doesn't matter what the scoreline is. She can come back quite easily if she is down. Maloney's game, you can expect a more consistent pattern.
Time. Love. Very love.
Right now, Emma Wilson really using the momentum in her favour, looking to scoop her third game in a row. Level is just upped from Wilson. Those errors that were coming have since been eradicated.
Sorry, love. Miss Wilson, 4 games on.
So Wilson levels the playing field here on court 1. Some big hitting continues. What a shot.
Love. Very love.
Well, it's just a little bit frustrating. She's worked so hard to get back in this set. The pressure is firmly on Maloney, and then a couple of errors. Meanwhile, Maloney can breathe a little sigh of relief. Great serving.
For the love. Miss Maloney.
Forehand edges long. Hands Maloney. Enough hold to go 5 games to 4 in front in this first set. Still on serve though.
Time. Love. 30 love.
It's a really hard place to hit a winner from, especially off the backhand side, high and deep with very narrow space to hit into. And now from 30 love to 30-40, up comes a set point for Eliz Maloney. And there it is. Error came from the Wilson forehand to hand Maloney. Opening set by 6 games to 4. It wasn't straightforward. Maloney had the 4-1 advantage, but Wilson came back firing to draw it at 4-all. Also led 30 love in that service game, and a couple of errors came in to give it away. So I'm sure Wilson slightly frustrated. Been a pretty good serving contest from both players. Up in the 70s, that's definitely impressive. Both with 83% of second serve points won as well. So tight opening set between these two. The final match of the day on court 1. In this box B match. At the moment, Eliz Maloney, the top-ranked player in the group. She is in second with 1 point. Jasmine Conway leads the way.
Second set is Maloney to serve. Love 15. No.
That's great play from Maloney. She saw the open space.
You both, please.
And certainly went for it. Look at the retrieval there. Has such a good ability to turn defense into attack. And coming up now, a really important service game for Emma Wilson to try and steady the ship here. Has a new ball, so they will zip through the court a little bit quicker, which she'll certainly enjoy. Try and take some time away from her opponent.
Love. No.
The new ball's working in favour for Emma Wilson right now. Getting an extra bit of pop on the ball. Very solid game from Emma Wilson to stop the run of 3 games against her. So 1 apiece here in the second set. Meanwhile, Millie Bissett serving for the match over on court 2. There's Holly Hutchinson, who's here at UK Pro League for the first time.
Love. Love. For the love.
Yeah, really good stuff from Maloney. Taking charge of the point. Could sense Wilson was pinned back behind the baseline. Great depth from Maloney and the angle she's able to create on that off backhand. And just sets up this one perfectly.
Time.
So Emma Wilson serving a set down, 1-2. Well, I'm not surprised there's a wee smile on Maloney's face there that luck went her way with the net cord, but just didn't manage to get the final ball in the court.
Game's on.
Emma Wilson standing firm from the back of the court. And the flat ball from a racket just shooting through the court, not giving Maloney a lot of time to prepare.
love.
Unbelievable running from Maloney. She is just so fast around the court. Until the ball bounces twice, you can never count her out.
For the love. Game is Maloney. Maloney leads 3 games to 2 sets by 1 set to love.
Very good game from Eliz Maloney. Holds once again with relative ease and now leads 3-2 in the second. Has the first set in the bag as well.
Time. Love. Love.
A great game from Emma Wilson. Both players exchanging love holds. And really not a lot separating them right now. 3 games all.
Love. 40 love.
At the moment, neither player dropping a point on serve, and they're racing through these games.
Miss Maloney. Miss Maloney leads 4 games to
3
3.
straight holds of serve to love.
One set to love.
Liz Maloney 2 games away from first victory this week. I mentioned she lost Jasmine Conway yesterday in a really, really tight battle. Emma Wilson playing her first match of the week. She will take on Jasmine Conway tomorrow. So it's going to be interesting to see how this group pans out. Tomorrow is the last day of the round robin stages. I mentioned
Time.
that on court 2, Millie Bissett was serving for the match a few minutes ago.
Love 15.
Oh, she's won that match. Millie Bissett in straight set 7-6, 7-5, but her 46-minute battle.
Love 30.
Now Wilson on the bit on the battle here, finding herself at love 30 down. Really doesn't want to get broken here. Oh my goodness. How does she do it? It is just unbelievable. The retrieving ability of Eliz Maloney. She just never gives up.
$15.40. $30.40.
So one more breakpoint opportunity for Maloney here. Wilson misses the straightforward forehand.
Maloney leads 5 games to 3.
Maloney breaks crucially and will now serve for the match.
15 love.
That's a bullet of a forehand, especially under pressure. Credit to Wilson there. Still going for shots at this stage of the match. Big rally between the two of them, and Maloney getting the better of Wilson. And how crucial is that now that it offers up 2 match points for the week 3 winner? Wilson sends it wide, and that gives Eliz Maloney her first victory this week in week 5 of UK Pro League. How crucial will that straight sets victory be for the week 3 winner? Maloney very solid today. Emma Wilson, despite her big game, couldn't get past the wall that is Eliz Maloney. I mentioned after the first set, very good serving performance from both of them, and that continued. Maloney just turned the screw though with the first serve points won, and that of the second. Took most of her chances as well. 3 out of 5 in break points, but she won them when she was 40-15 up, 40 love up. So Eliz Maloney with a first win in the bag this week. That will guarantee her a place in the final 8. Whether she will be top of the group or second will be determined tomorrow when Emma Wilson takes on Jasmine Conway. Jasmine Conway defeating Maloney. So that concludes play today on day 2 of week 5 of the UK Pro League. Thank you very much for joining us once again. We'll be back same time tomorrow for another 4 matches on Court 1 and Court 2. Play starting at 11 AM. But from Abigail Johnson and myself, Jenny Drummond, thank you very much. Good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.